Stand up if you ready. Hands up if you ready.
Good morning, everyone. This is Nancy Novick. I hope y'all are having a great morning. It's Friday. That makes it great anyway. We are about to begin in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And they're off. Wanted to let everybody know that yesterday was a very profitable day. Let me find out the exact amount, $1,152.92. And my goal was 1,000, so I met that goal. So hoping today to do just as well, following the plan. So far this year, since the beginning of January 1st, I have now $5,317.62. That's pretty awesome. Okay, do I have anybody watching me right now? I can't really tell. And this is totally free SPX options trading live stream. I'm not going to require you to pay me a yearly fee or a monthly fee or whatever kind of fee. It's totally free. And I'm offering up 4 years of experience trading options. Oh, hey, Ruben. Glad to have you here. Welcome. What I am going to do very soon is trade 0DTE SPX options. And I only buy calls and puts. I don't do any of those fancy things like the iron condors and all that kind of stuff. Jackie Chin. Hey there. And I just do the most basic, simple option strategy there is. I like 0DTE because it's like day trading. You're in and out of it in one day. I don't like to hold anything overnight. Plus, I like to have my money now. And so this affords you the ability to do that. And I have a trading plan that I created, and it was brought about by a very big loss that I had a couple of weeks ago. And I decided that I needed something to remind me what to do on every step, because when you get into trading, your emotions take over sometimes, and you need something to keep you grounded. And so this trading plan I made up did that. And so I have a bunch of them on my desk, and I just each morning take one and I check each box as I do it. And so for today, I'm going to do that up on the screen. Check off the boxes. I have both calls and puts on my screen. Calls are on the left side, puts are on the right side. If you want to duplicate my screen exactly how it is, if you go into the description, I'll give specific instructions. There is a link that you have to copy. And when I say copy, I don't mean click on it. I mean take your cursor and copy that link, drag it across, and then follow those steps, and that will let you have your screen just like mine, so you can duplicate my results. So many times on a lot of these educational videos and options, they'll give really cool information and everything, but you don't really have a way to duplicate it. You just have to look at their screen and say, well, I think they did this and I think they did that. But what my channel does, and it's Trading for Freedom is my channel, is it allows you to copy exactly what I do. Okay, we got the first alarm came up, 9:35. Here's what I do every morning. I first select call and put strike prices at the money at 9:35. Okay, and if you notice the initials on at the money for just a moment. At the money. What does that spell out? ATM. I think Wall Street is the greatest ATM in the whole world. So let's go ahead and select our strike prices. We first come over here to calls on the left side and click the down arrow at the symbol table. Then you come over to options. Then you type in SPX. Okay, and here is the 0DTE. So we come down, and I like to see about 14 of these. Okay. We come down to the first purple bar. That is at the money. And that's what we're trading today. So the first purple bar. We come over to the put side and do the exact same thing. We go to the exact opposite of that, across from it. And we just got a message to sell puts. Now, I'm not showing my buy and sell labels anymore because that was distracting to me. So what I do is I have it make the sound of a phone ringing when there's a buy signal. So when you hear that, you know. Okay, and in looking at this, let's go through our steps. If there is a buy signal or doji, let's get rid of that. at 9:30, avoid trading. Well, I see a doji here, and that's at 9:30. So I'm going to avoid that. And it's a huge, big downtrend anyway. So then the next thing is I check support and resistance lines, which is the sup-res indicator. And that's the dotted blue and white lines. The dotted white line is the overnight low. The dotted blue line is the overnight high. So here it looks like it has gone through the overnight low. And so we're not sure what direction it's going. Here we are up toward the on the put side, we are edging toward the top, which is the overnight high. And we see red candles on both sides. So okay. Now here's the main part of my trading plan, and I'm going to let's see if I have a highlighter over here. Yeah. Okay. Trade only after the awesome oscillator is below 0 and green, and there is a 5-minute green candle. So the awesome oscillator is down here below. And this oscillator is a momentum indicator. And the best time to get into a trade is when it is below 0 and there's a green bar. The other requirement is that there be a green candle. So there are two things here. The awesome oscillator has to be below 0 and green, and then there has to be a 5-minute green candle. So until those parameters are met, I don't do anything. I just sit on my hands and take questions that I see. Let's see here. It says, Jackie, you're saying, do I change the option strike, which you keep watching in your chart screen, if the SPX is changed during the day? Yes. A lot of times during the day, I will change that strike price around, and most of the time it's that I can be able to afford it. Sometimes it'll go up higher than I can afford, and I've got $5,000 that I spend on a trade at a time. And so my goal is $1,000, which is 20%. So I will adjust that during the day. But I always start off with them at the same. And I already see something I can change is the having the alarm go off at 9:35. I really need to have it. I need to go back to change it maybe 9:33 because I didn't have enough time before starting trading. So let me see. Okay, I'm going to create alarm, and I'm going to say 9:33. Repeat the alarm, create. So right now, nothing really looks good enough to trade. I put the volume up yesterday, but I forgot to save it. So let me go back. I look at a volume average, which is the 50-day average. Just got to buy on puts. But the awesome oscillator is above 0. We want it to be below 0. Plus, there's a really long wick on that candle that says 29.70, and that long wicks are bad picks. That's my little thing for that, because that means there's a lot of volatility going on. Okay, I don't know what I'm doing here. Let's see. Okay, volume average. Let me bring this down just a tad. Okay, what was that message just now? Okay, it was a buy on puts. And everybody go ahead and hit the like button, please. And if you like what you see, subscribe to my channel. I offer free trades. Free meaning I'm not going to, at the end, try to ask you to spend money for anything. It's totally free. So hit that like button, please. Okay. Jackie, Nancy, if it is a strong trending day, do you suggest pushing up your profit target limit? Well, I would hesitate on doing that for the reason that until you get a nice cushion built up in your trading account, it's kind of risky. But with these Hikanashi candlesticks that I've got on my chart, they are very good at letting you know when things are about to change. And so I would stay in something as long as the candles are green. But the moment that it goes red on you, get out. So lately I've been having my profit target at 1,000, and yesterday, believe it or not, it went up to the point that I could have gotten $10,000. But I wanted to lock into my 1,100 and keep it and everything. Because what happens when you push your profit target limit up is you start getting, greed starts creeping in. And then bad decisions are made. So I would say just keep the same target for a while. And a while meaning, several weeks to maybe a month. And then after that, then you can adjust it and make it higher. But I have been into that race of trying to push it up and everything. And what ends up happening sometimes is it just turns around really quick and whips down, and you lose what profits you did have. So I think it's important just to stick with the same target for a little while. And still looking at these, I don't, the long wick here, I gave a description yesterday of what the psychology behind the long wick. I think that it would be good to do that again. Let me try to find that. Okay, a long wick candlestick is a pattern in trading characterized by a candle with a significantly longer shadow or wick compared to its body. This pattern often indicates price rejection and can signal a potential trend reversal. Okay, so a long upper wick suggests that buyers pushed the price up significantly, but sellers stepped in, causing the price to close near the opening level. So this is usually indicates a reversal. And so when we see this, we have to be cautious. And to me, it looks like the price came up and then hit that ceiling there and rejected. The overnight high and overnight low were very important to look at as far as where the price of the option is going to go. I think what I'm going to do today is I'm not going to mess with calls because that just looks like a big hot mess over there. And if I do anything with puts, I'm going to wait for this awesome oscillator to go down and get below 0. A lot of times with the with this indicator, when things pass through 0, the 0 line, stuff happens. So that's why it's important to watch that. Let's see, I just got a message. Let me see what it is. Okay, it's saying to sell puts. So first it said to buy puts at 9:44 and now at 9:50. 6 minutes later, it's saying to sell them. So this is just an unstable. And it does look like a reversal is happening here. We've got volume a little bit above, excuse me, the 50-day average, because you can see that tan colored line. That's the 50-day average. So the volume is moving up. Which is a good thing, but this is just not a good time to buy. Good morning, Justin. Glad to have you back. Okay, if I decide to place a buy order, do you click the price between bid? Okay, if I do a buy order, generally what I will do is just come right up here to buy market, and I select my number of contracts, and then I just place a market order. Now, I don't sell with a market order. I buy with a market order, but as far as, and sometimes if it's going to the, I'll put right above where the high is, like 1 or 2 above, and place a what's called a limit buy. I don't do that very often, but sometimes if it's like a strong move, I'll do that. But most always I will do a buy market order, and then immediately after I do that, I will place a sell limit. So I will go up to over here. You'll have all of your the prices on this last column here under PL open, profit loss open. and I will come over to the burgundy box and where it says $1,000, and I will click that. And many times the price is between Jackie, the bid and the ask. So that's fun to watch this column here, the active trader tab. In options, you really don't use the level 2. I'll show you what the level 2 looks like right here. It's just got the bid and the ask, and it's got the number, but you get the same exact thing if you come up here. If you notice, they're the same. So I don't really use level 2 in options. What I do instead is I look at the active trader tab, and sometimes if you just stare at the gray box, which is the price, and see where it is in relationship to the bid and ask, it's very interesting. Right now it seems like it's following along with the bid and ask, but some days it'll just jump up. I'm talking about the gray box. The price will just jump up. Wow, about, I want to say like from like say 21.40, it'll go all the way up to like 30.40. And so when it's jumping around like that, that's when it's just a scary feeling because you're not sure where it's going to go. Right now, it just looks like it's continuing to drop down. And so even though we have, let's bring this down some. Volume's been okay. I just don't want to do anything until that awesome oscillator drops below. And let me see if I can locate something. Okay, there it is. Okay, let's take a look at this screen here. Let me move this over. Okay. This tells some information about the awesome oscillator. It is such a big part of my trading plan that I think it should have a little bit of attention to it as to what it is and the importance of it. So let's take a look at this slide here. It says the awesome oscillator is a technical indicator created by Bill Williams in the 1970s that is used to measure momentum. AO, which is what I'll probably try to call it a lot of times because awesome oscillator is a mouthful, so I'll just call it AO. AO calculates the difference between 34 period and 5 period simple moving averages. The simple moving averages that are used are not calculated using closing price, but rather each bar's midpoints. The awesome oscillator is generally used to confirm trends and anticipate possible reversals. So I want you to take a look right now at the first green bar that we have when it's below 0. here from all the way up to the top. This is the trading lifespan. This is pretty much where you're going to make all of your profitable trades, is right in this spot here. Now you can enter at the first green bar or when it goes past 0. That's a good entry point as well. But then when it comes up and you hit the first red bar, that'd be a time to exit. Now, I think of this as a slingshot, the awesome oscillator, because the more it is pulled back, the further it will travel. So let's say that you have the awesome oscillators coming down, but it turns green right here. Okay, it has not pulled back enough. Think of it like if you have a slingshot and you just pull it back just like 2 inches, not very long at all. It's not going to travel far. But if you pull it back further, it's going to travel far. So that is something to remember. Think of it like a slingshot. And that is why trading on the first green bar is so important, because it's a fresh bar. Anytime you go from anything from green straight to red, same with candles. It's fresh and it's going to be a better signal than if you were to say, get in like right around this point here. Okay, so I just wanted to share that with everyone. And let's see here. Let me get us back to our main screen. And I just heard the sound of the 10 o'clock alarm. I set an alarm to go off at 10 every morning, because at 10 things seem to shift, or things, I don't know. That's just an interesting time in the morning where I notice things do different. But here it doesn't seem like it's doing anything different. So this might be one of those slow days. And if you've just come into the channel, I want to welcome you to Trading for Freedom, where I trade 0DTE SPX options. And the only thing I do with the options is I buy calls and I buy puts. I don't do anything fancy, because it's very hard to replicate something that is complicated. And the whole idea really is to reach everyone. I taught for 24 years. And the main thing that I did when I stood up in front of the class is I wanted to make sure that I reached every single child that was sitting there. And so the way to do that is to use language that's easy to understand, or else people will turn you off. So that's what I'm doing with this channel, is I'm trying to reach as many people as possible and show how options trading is really simple. It's not as difficult as you think. 4 years ago, I thought it was difficult when I first heard about it from Sean Deckmar of Deckmar Trades. And I thought, how in the world could I be able to do this? But Sean broke it down and made it simple, and so I could understand it, and I really got the hang of it and I really enjoyed it. And don't get me wrong, I have blown through quite a few accounts. And so with each time that happens, I stop and I reevaluate and I try to change the way I do things and learn from my mistakes. If you have a mistake and you don't do anything, that's where it's not good. You want to be able to learn, and that way you can move forward. And if you take a notice over here at the puts, we have this red candle with a long lower wick. Now, just like we have a long upper wick and the price went down, what do you think is going to happen with a long lower wick? If you said the price will reverse and go up, you are probably correct. It's important to know the candlesticks and to know what they mean. That red candle is now gone green. Sometimes they change back and forth, and that's the frustrating thing about this, is they will paint and then they will repaint, and it's doing it again, it's red. So when it does that, that means that it's very unstable, and stay away from it. You don't want to get into something that's changing back and forth, because it's like it can't make up its mind. That's like if somebody asked you a question. How do you feel happy today? And you said, yes. But then you said, well, wait a minute, no. Yes, I feel, no. So it's like changing back and forth is indecision, and indecision is not good when we're trading. So we got this huge red candle now that's going down even further. Okay, we just got a green candle on calls. And it is below zero. The awesome oscillator is green below zero and a green candle. So this is a potential buy signal. I want to see where the volume's going. It's not, it's above the average right now, but look, the candle just changed to red. Now it's gone green. It's frustrating to see that, because it's like you're not sure what to do. But I would look at that long downtrend. And they say that the trend is your friend. So if we see something and it's trending and it's headed down, I don't know if that's something I would get in or not. I'm seriously considering it. It's going up, though. All right, I'm going to make this more affordable for me. Okay. Okay, I see something that's a red flag to me. Let me blow this up bigger so I can show you. Okay. Down here in the awesome oscillator, we've got the red bars, then it goes to green, and it goes to red, green, red, green, green, red, green. This is like such indecision here. We don't want indecision. We want everything to be red, and then when it changes, everything to be green. And the fact that these little red bars are stuck in here like this. Last week I had a trade like this, and I took it. and I regretted it later because of the fact that of this inconsistency. If you remember in the picture that I showed, the lifespan of the trade, it was all one color. And so the very fact that this is changing and right here when it says 2270, I'm going to put in a buy limit. And that means when it goes past, it will buy it. Because it is following the parameters. Now, I'm going to only put that I want to sell it at 510. Okay, and the reason for that is the inconsistencies of the awesome oscillator. And so I want to get something right at the beginning. And I'm not too sure on this this trade, so that's why I've lowered my limit a little bit. I do think the puts is going to fall down below 0, and then when I get the first green bar, if it's enough down below 0, I will get into it. And keep that slingshot in mind. Okay, now we've retreated some. Okay, we've got a new candle. The real body is up above the previous real body. I probably sound like a broken record. You think, oh, she's saying the same thing that she said yesterday. And it's because stock trading just needs to be like a machine, like where you're doing the same thing over and over again. Okay, but I am going to check that there was an awesome oscillator below 0 and green, and there is a 5-minute green candle. I set a sell limit, not 20%, but actually 10% above purchase price, and that's because of the fact that the AO was so inconsistent. Now, I'm going to set an alert 25% below the purchase price, and I call that a soft stop. A hard stop would be if I placed a stop there at the beginning. But I want a soft stop because this looks like it's going to rise up. So 22, let's get our profit calculator over here. And let's look, 2280. Okay. That is what I got it at. I got 2 contracts. The stop is 1710. Okay. It does appear that that's, I'm going to move this up. Okay. The reason being is I see the wicks here. The second wick is higher than the wick before it. Okay, and let's get our soft stop, 1710. You come over here, you do a right click, create alert. I'm going to say 1710. and I want it to go at or below 1710. Okay. While I'm at it, I'm going to look at Trading View. I'm going to look at the SPY. Okay, here's Trading View. It's showing a buy signal at 935, and the AO is definitely below 0 here. And it looks like it's getting ready to ride these Bollinger Bands up. That's the indicator I have. I also have the Luxalgo trend lines with breaks. That's the dotted green and dotted red. The volume, each time it has gone a little bit weaker. So that's why we don't see anything moving right now. Okay. Let's come back. Okay, this one has started to go, the AO has started to go below 0. And I'm going to put this back to 510. It has just gone, it has become engulfed. This little candle is engulfed by the previous candle. Okay. All right. I'm going to go ahead and get out of this one. I have just it got very close to my soft stop. So I'm down 1,000. But I believe that when this comes down below 0, it's going to be really good. See, that's one of those things. I want to show this. Wait a minute. I don't want to do green. I want to do red. That's a hot mess right there. And my instinct, always go with your instincts because that's so important in trading. So even though we did have the AO below 0 and it was green and the candle was green, this is the thing that I said earlier was a red flag. And so I should have just completely not gotten in that trade. But a friend of mine once said, don't shit on yourself. So shitting on yourself doesn't help. Because I know that this is going to come down and then change. Okay, I'm trying to find information on engulfing candles. Let's see. Okay, that didn't tell me anything much. Okay, so I did buy Green Man calls. Big mistake. I said down here when I saw this, this was a red flag. Yet I went ahead and followed my rule. Well, rules are great, but you need to know the exceptions to those rules. And the exception to the rule of the AO being below 0 in green and a 5-minute candle, that rule, you have to also look at the previous behavior of what has happened. So I said red flag, but I went ahead and bought anyway and got out of it, and I've lost 1,010, but I've been able to come out from behind easily. So I think that will happen this time. Right here, it kind of looks like there's going to be a reversal on puts. I'd like to see more red bars down here on AO, though, because remember the slingshot, we want to go, have it go as far down as it can, and then it will travel farther. So and if you haven't done so, please hit the like button and subscribe. Okay, if you can use stick notes on your screen, which says if you buy a call or put, that would be a great help. Okay, the calls are on the left side. And the puts are on the right. Let me go ahead and okay, I don't know if that helps, Green Man. And then you can tell what I do because there's a green excuse me, a green little sticker here that says that I bought 2 at $22.85 and sold 2 at $17.80. So when I saw these big nice volume bars, that was also something that made me want to trade it. But it did backfire, but that's all right. We've got the next candle, 5-minute candle in 2 minutes. I'm going to adjust this, the puts, I think, to, I have it at 68.45. I'm going to put it at 68.65. And I'm going to keep the calls the way they are. Sometimes stock trading is very similar to watching paint dry. Each candle lasts 5 minutes, so sometimes that 5 minutes goes fast, and sometimes it drags on. Right now I'm going to take a minute to look at the CNBC headline. Okay, it says core wholesale prices rose 0.8% in January, much more than expected. And stocks sell off on tech struggles and hot U.S. inflation report. Dow slides 700 points. Sometimes to pass the time away, I'll put music on. Okay, Green Man, I hope that helped to put the calls at the top to let, and puts on the top to let you know what's what. You can also tell, I know it's small, but up here in the upper left-hand corner, there'll be a C right here. The way that the options work is it starts off with SPXW, then the year 26, then the date 0227, and then either C or P, and then the strike. So that's what that means. If you're just joining me, welcome. This channel is designed for the trader that wants things simple and easy. And it is my hope that by showing you something that you can replicate, that you will be able to have success with it and be able to become financially independent. I wish I had known about this back when I was teaching, because I probably would have not taught at all. I know this sounds funny, but if I could have been able to work out of the home That's just the ideal situation for me. I really like doing that. I'm retired right now, and so this is something that gives me something to do. But if they had had this back when I was starting my career, I probably would have just done this because I really enjoy it. It's not that I didn't enjoy teaching. Teaching was very satisfying to me and very fulfilling, but it was the hardest profession you could think of. Wow. Just a lot to keep up with. So, Trading for Freedom was designed to let you have not only financial freedom, but freedom to be able to go where you want, when you want. And German, you said now I'm teaching and trading. Yes, that is true. And I really enjoy it too, because I love passing on what I know to someone else. And you're welcome. And if we look over there, the calls, it just looks like that's just hanging around that overnight low there. And we got about 30 seconds and we'll get a new candle. A lot of things happen when you have a new candle. Things tend to either move up or move down. Okay. We've got another red bar over on puts on the AO. There are two words lately that have just been in my head that I've been thinking a lot about, and it's faith and patience. And patience is what we're doing right now. We're waiting for the setup to happen that we want to see. A fresh green bar. Not like these green bars over here that are just a mess. But we're looking for a fresh green bar, and we're looking for a green candle. So in doing that, you have to have patience, and that's very hard sometimes. And then once the setup is reached, then you have faith. Because faith is knowing something will happen, even though it hasn't happened yet. And in the Bible, it talks about faith. And as a matter of fact, faith is described in the Bible as the assurance of things hoped for, the conviction of things not seen. So I'm hoping to be able to get my $1,000 goal, and it's not there yet, but I'm hoping for it. And so it involves taking God's word as true, even before the visible evidence appears. Okay, so didn't mean to get off on that tangent thing, but faith is so incredible because when you do have something that you know works and has stood the test of time, then that's when faith kicks in. Okay, we've got over here a doji. That is a candlestick that now it's a spinning top. And got a alarm that went off that said sell calls. Spinning tops mean indecision. So when you have one of those, you just have to wait for the next candle. And it's trying to, the puts is trying to edge up over that VWAP, the volume weighted average price. It's like poked through it, but it's not making it up yet. So we're looking for the first green bar on the AO. That's number one. So that's number one. Next thing we're looking for, green candle. And I'm actually going to make those green because they both need to be green. So we got one and we got two. So that's what I'm looking for. I was very happy to hear yesterday that some of you or your significant others had made trades based on my system and got money. So that is fantastic. Look what we got. We got a green bar. Now we're just waiting for a green candle. And I will get in this one. I want to see the volume get better. The volume is similar to gas in a car. If you don't have gas, your car is not going to go far. And if there is not enough gas in the stock car, the volume, it's not going to go far. And it just switched to red. So this is what happens a lot of times is they'll go back and forth between the green and red. That's what makes it hard sometimes. But we're just waiting. Yesterday we had the NVIDIA thing happen, which is what caused the rise in the stock price so big. When I say stock price, I mean puts. It's what caused the SPY to go down, that negative news. But in options, it doesn't matter. If you have negative news, you just buy puts. If things happen positive, you buy calls. So the only time that you really can't make money is if it goes sideways, which is what's happening right now. We've got this big sideways movement. And let's see what I like to always check back with TradingView. See what it's doing. It's not doing much. My interest and my intrigue and love for the stock market happened way back when I was 18. And I graduated from high school, and my dad and I took a trip to New York, and we were going to see my great Uncle Frank and his wife. And they lived in Sutton Place South. And if you know about New York, you know that that's a pretty nice place to live. And when we opened the door, their apartment was just incredible. It was like nothing I'd ever seen before. And we went that night to eat dinner at a French restaurant. And I remember saying, "Daddy, the soup is cold." And he was like, "Shh, it's supposed to be. It's vichyssoise." And so I went, okay. So we got back to our hotel and I said, "Dad, what does Uncle Frank do for a living?" And he said he made it big in the stock market. He made over $1 million in the stock market. So that hung into my brain for a while. And I didn't do anything about it. As soon as I got home, I read everything I could read about the stock market. But I opted to teach because at that moment, the stock market was not something that could be done like it is today. Let's put it that way. And so I just kept it in the back of my mind. And then back in, I guess it was the late 90s, I went into a site and you could, in essence, paper trade. And I did, and I made some money, and it was just like, I haven't looked back since. And I mean, it's always been something that when I would get home and had some free time, I would play around with. And 25 years ago, I started to make some money and just did it sporadically. But it's been in the last 5 years that I've just really wanted to take it somewhere to a new level. And so that's where I am now. Because I saw the potential. I think anytime you see the potential of something, it just burns in your brain. And I'm one of those that I go back and I see what the high was for the day and I go, oh, man, I could have made $10,000. And that just, to me, is just the most awesome thing in the world. Financial independence is incredible. Not to have to worry about money is really what it's all about. Worry kills so many people. It causes heart attacks, and it causes illness. And to be able to not have to worry about finances, it's just the greatest joy in the world. And I just want other people to be able to have that joy as well. We've got that Paramount bidding war. It says Paramount wins bidding war for WBD, Warner Brothers. Huh. That's a big thing in the news right now. People ask, well, why don't you trade other securities? Why SPX? Well, I don't, those scanners and all that, I did that one time and it's a mess. And with that, you have to, each stock has its own different personality. And so if every day you're looking at something different, it's really hard to see patterns. So I started looking at SPY, and I traded that for a while, for about 3 years. And then the last year I got into SPX, and really what SPX is it's the SPY on steroids, because it goes higher and it goes faster. So that's what made me get into SPX, and I've started to be able to see patterns now and see how it works, and how it works when there's news and all that kind of stuff. So when you find something you like, you got to stick with it. And to me, it's just easier to look at one ticker versus thousands of tickers. Okay, we've got some selling on the put side over here. Continues to drop lower. And the way I look at that, it's just continuing to bring the slingshot back. It's being pulled further and further and further. So, Jason, the bulls are coming. Let me see over here. The high was 24.30, 24.70, 24. Here's what I'm looking at when I say this. I put the cursor over. I don't know if y'all know this with Thinkorswim, but if you look above in this black bar, this is where I'm getting those prices from, is right here. So here the high, 24.30. Here the high here is 24.70. And then this high is 24. So it's just, we've got like a ceiling. $24.71. I'm doing a right click, create alert, and the 24.70, I want to do one past that 70. Well, actually two. Let me do 24.72. Okay, if it gets above that, that's going to be going above that high of the day. Now, notice something here. We're getting ready to cross zero. Okay, we've gone past the high of the day on calls. If this crosses zero and goes up higher, about right there, I would consider getting in again, but only after that. And to give yourself something to do, checking out if you focus your eyes on the gray box that's got the price, and just laser focus on the gray box, and on both sides too, to look. This gives you an idea of like where the price is headed. And right now it's coming back down. In about 3 minutes, we're going to get a new candle. Looks like the calls are going down. And I'm just looking at the gray box, and that's what it's telling me. There, it just jumped down again. People talk all the time about the Holy Grail. And I really feel like this system that I have here is like the Holy Grail. I think it has any more tweaking to be done, except when you notice things like this that are inconsistent in AO, that's just stay away from that. Now we've got some buying going over here because of this volume bar, and the average is 148 and it's 610, so it's way above that. So take a look, focus your eyes on that gray bar there. It says 1450. Just stare at it and watch what happens to the bid and ask in relation to that. Okay, it's going up. And that lets you know where the trend is headed. And the AO is really doing a good job of pulling back. We don't have any green bars anywhere in here. It's solid red, so that's good. I used to call this system fresh green, but then that sounded like I was in the grocery store looking at broccoli. So I just call it the awesome oscillator strategy, because that's really what it is. And I have looked at hundreds of indicators, thousands of charts, just back tested till I was blue in the face. And this is what I have come up with as the best method. And I really like the Hikinashi candles. They're easy to figure out what's going on because they're an average. And let's see, while we have a minute or so, let's see if I can give a little bit of history on that. Okay. This is what the regular candlesticks look like. They will change. You'll have green, red, green, red, green, red, green, red. It just kind of alternates back and forth. So the only time you can tell when something's changing is like a long candle like this. So for me, it's difficult to read this. I like the Hikinashi candles because they're just easier to read. You might have this long string of red, and then the first green candle, that's when you get in. Heikinashi is a Japanese trading indicator and financial chart that means average bar. That's literally what it means in Japanese. And Heikinashi charts resemble candlestick charts but have a smoother appearance as they track a range of price movements rather than tracking every price movement as with candlesticks. And Heikinashi was created in the 1700s by Munehisa Hama, who also created the candlestick chart. And to me, they are just far easier to spot trends than regular candlesticks. And if we were to look at the regular candlesticks just to see what they look like, in Thinkorswim, this is what is called the candle trend. And it's got a lot of hollow bars. And here, this is the candle. So you've got two different ones. You've got candle and candle trend. And they're very similar, except the candle trend has more hollow. So I look at Heikinashi. Okay, sell calls. That was the alert. Okay, I've got to buy on puts. But it quickly went from green to red, so we're going to wait until we get a green candle that stays. Sometimes I like to look at the Bollinger Bands, and that's what I have up here on TradingView. And if you notice, it was riding the bands. Right here, it slightly pulled away there, bounced off of that 20-day moving average, came right back up, started riding it again, and now it's pulled away. So whenever it pulls away from those bands, that's shows weakness. And those who are just joining me, if you could hit that like button and subscribe to my channel, I would appreciate it. Earlier this morning, I had said to everybody that the at the money is the strike prices that I look at the beginning of the day, and I'm changing this 9:35 to it's on a delay. There we go, to 9:33. 9:32 was a little early, and 9:35 was a little too late, so let's put it at 9:33. So constantly tweaking things. When I make these two changes on here, I'll put the revised date, and always look to see if you have the most current plan. And I was saying that the letters of at the money is ATM, and that is exactly to me what Wall Street is like, is the biggest ATM in the entire world. Kind of think of this as the 1-2 punch. You've heard that, you know, when people who are in fighting, they'll have the 1-2 punch, and that's kind of what that is. And we're just waiting. We're watching the paint dry. This system is so easy, and you can duplicate my screen by going into the description, and I take you through step by step how to do that. All of the indicators should come through, but if they don't, and if you're interested in getting the UT bot alerts, you can go, and I have a video that shows how to do that. I kind of went back and forth between this screen and let me show you the other one. I always save everything as I go along to make sure I have the current version. But let's look over here at the flexible grid. Step in there. Over here. This is the same thing, only this is more compressed. The calls are at the top and the puts are at the bottom. And I have the SPY and the VIX, which is also known as the UVXY. Thank you, Mark. And this just got to be harder to read. Than I wanted to see it, the prices more, and I wanted to see the candles larger than this. So that's when I went to the just showing the calls and puts. I think it's easier for me to see where things are going with that. So the calls over there, they're just hanging around that overnight low. It's very close to crossing the zero line. right there. And when it does cross, that could be an indication of when to get in. But we'll have to see. It all depends on how the volume's doing and what the candle looks like. And we've got about another minute before we get a new candle. The puts seem to be poised to make a reversal. I think that it's waiting for to touch the overnight low, and when it does that, it's probably going to go boing and head up. So we will see. So it's going to kind of go like this. I'm going to go down. Boom. So we will see if it does that. The waiting is the hard part. Patience. But it all pays off. I was down the other day, 1,700. And I just was determined to make my $1,000 profit for the day. So I just did like I'm doing now and just waited. I was kind of like a stock sniper. And I've got my little sniper pointed right there at number 1. And I'm just waiting. I tell you, this AI thing is so fascinating to me. I love watching the videos of all the animals doing things. I think that's just cool. I remember the days back when I was teaching, and we felt extremely lucky if we had one Apple computer with the 5 1/4, this is aging me now, 5 1/4 disc. And we just felt lucky to have that one there. And so, now you walk in classrooms and you see computers all over the place. And I one time taught at a school that every student from 4th grade on up had their own laptop. And so I thought I had just died gone to heaven because I love technology. And so we have just come so far. And I've been having fun with AI. Right now I'm trying to find it at a good price. It seems like it's expensive the longer that you have videos. Usually if you make a video, at least the site that I found, it was called Deevid, D-E-E-V-I-D, Deevid.ai. They made these little videos, but they didn't last long. So, which reminds me of something I got to show y'all. Okay, let's see. Got so many files. Okay, here we go. The first AI video that I ever made, we were having a pool built in our backyard. And so I wanted to see what it would look like with the water in it. And so this is the video that I made. Okay, so there it is. And no water. And then I said, okay, add water to pool. And that just blew my mind. So Dvid AI, they are wonderful. And they have a thing where you can buy credits. And when you make something, you use a certain number of credits. And that's been working for me so far because I've done a couple of things with that. Let me see. This is another one. Ta-da! And you can see it in slow motion. So that's kind of cool. And it's a way to pass the time. We've got a green bar in AO. And we've got a spinning top. That signifies usually that the bulls and bears are fighting it out. Over on calls, we've got a doji. Okay, so I'm waiting right now on a green candle on puts, and I'm going to buy. And the price is $15.50. So I'm going to plug that in my profit calculator. And I can get 3 contracts. So I'm going to go ahead and set 3 up here. Okay, so that I'm ready. Wait for that volume to get better. The very fact that we have 2 bars now in AO and the price is not changed or it's not gone green yet, that's concerning me. Keep your eyes focused right now on the gray bar on puts where it says 15.30 and just let your eyes follow. And then it's easy to tell what the trend is. Right now it seems to be going down. We have a low of 11.10. Let me see where this is in relationship to in the money, out the money, or whatever. That's PX. Okay, so 68.65. That's pretty much at the money right now. And that's where I want to be. Sometimes when I put music on, things start happening, so let me do that. Okay, we have crossed 0 in the calls. It's just barely crossed, but it's crossed. Okay. What I suggest using smaller size to start with, definitely. I've been doing this a while, so I use $5,000 when I trade. But I would definitely say to start with a smaller size, because then you can have the small wins add up after a while. And it's those little small wins adding up that makes your account grow in size. So definitely start smaller. Trying to tell. On this one it says, okay, the awesome oscillator is going down. It's going in the opposite direction now. So it hasn't crossed 0 quite yet. It looked like it wanted to, but it hasn't done it. Mistake that I made over this past year was I had too big of an amount of a size. I was trading like 150 contracts at a time, and that's just way too much. Start with 1, then go to 2, then 3. I was also like oversizing as far as how much money I had. I was making trades that were like $30,000, things like that, and that's just too much. That's Jack, my puppy. I play the bass, and when I taught music, that was one of the things I taught. There's a picture of me playing my bass. Okay, Jackie. Do I use buy market order? It seems that you bought at higher price. Is any way to use buy limit order to get lower price when you buy? Yes, you can do a buy limit order. And what you can do to make sure that it gets filled is to buy it at the ask price over here. So you look at the red, the ask price, and you just move over. But you can get filled right away if you do that, if you buy at the ask price. And limit orders are okay. I just always buy at the market. Sometimes if something is going up above, like let's say up here. Let's look at this. If it were to go and it's just barreling through and everything, I might decide to place the order at 1 or 2 above where the high of the day is. So it's possible to do buy limit orders. I just like the buy market myself. And just watching those gray boxes that have the price, laser focus your eyes on that and watch to see if they do go up or go down. So we're looking for a trend here. I really do believe that the puts, it's going to continue to go down until it bounces off the overnight low, the white dotted line. And so we're waiting for that to happen. Usually at this time of the morning, I'm already in and out of a trade, but sometimes trades take a while to develop. And that's the case today. It could be because it's Friday, I don't know. I know Monday is a really good day to trade. I always like going back and taking a peek at the trading view. This is the UVXY, which is the same as the VIX. And it has gone down. This is like the same as puts. It's gone down, gone down. And right here where we have this trend line, I want to see if it bounces off this trend line or if it goes through it. If it breaks it, that could be a definite reason to buy. And this has gone down. The AO has gone down. It doesn't show any green bars. However, the puts showed some green bars. So just kind of waiting to see what happens with this. A lot of times I'll have this one on my, I've got 3 screens, and I'll have this on one screen. Okay. Let's go back. The AO has gone above 0 in calls. This trade is just hard to get started today. That was my phone, so just ignore that. Okay, is there any way to show the mid price between bid and ask? Normally I always submit for mid price between bid and ask, and most time I get filled on the mid price. The mid price between the bid and the ask, we've got the bid price is the green box, and the ask price is the red box. So if you go in between that, if we look over on calls, it would be 22.60. That's the midpoint. So you can definitely do that. And the way to do that would be to go to that mid price and then just click on the green box. And that will automatically place a buy order. That's if you have auto send up here. And that's what I like, is auto send, because it's quicker. On the puts, it looks like the bid and ask are right there next to each other, the same. That's on the puts. On the calls, there's a little bit of separation, but normally there is one, like the 22.10. There it is again. But yeah, if you just click on the green box, that will automatically place an order. Unless you are up here, like way ahead of it. Like I was saying right here, the high is 43.20. If I clicked right now, that would be a buy limit order. And it would look like this. But I don't want to do that, so I close out of that. Okay. So we've got that green bar in AO. Just waiting for a green candle. The active trader is such a good tab. It's like having level 2, only it's just more visual. It's easier to read to me. Thinkorswim's level 2 screen is just not very easy to read anyway, because it's the same color. And it's just variations like of blue, light blue, dark blue, and all this. I'd rather there be different colors, but they have the same color, but just different gradations. So let's look. Here's what it just all it shows you with level 2 is the bid size, and the ask size. And so you can get that if you look here, because the number in the ask is how the size is. So for example, right now on puts, 37 is the bid size, 3 is the ask size. And that means contracts. That's how many contracts. 74.61. And it looks like we're headed for a low of the day. Let me see what this is. The overnight low was 80. I'm going to move this more in the money. I'm going to go up one from 68.65 to 68.70, so it's at the money. And let's move over and see what it is. 9.90. So that's where the overnight low is. Is it 9? Is that 90? 9.90? Excuse me. Let me adjust this a minute. I like them to be 5 cents. But in this case, it's 10 cents difference. So my eyes right now are focused on the put price as it's moving around. It's that gray bar on the Active Trader tab. And I'm just watching that gray bar. I'm seeing if it's going consistently up or consistently down. Right now it's just kind of going up and down and up and down like a little seesaw. And we've got a situation here where we don't have all red. We have red, then it went green. Red, green, green. Red, red, green. We've got that same situation that we had over here in calls, where it's not consistent. So when something is like that, I don't want to take the trade. And when it is dead like this in the morning, usually in the afternoon, it picks up. So save this. This is another thing that's important. When you come up to the setup, where it has the 0DTE SPX setup, right next to it there's a box that has 2 squares. If you press that and then go down and do Save Grid As, and a lot of times if I'm just changing some small things, I will keep it the same. But if I drastically change what I'm looking at, I'll change it to another name. But let's keep it this name. I was looking at some trend oscillators, and so I made one up called Trend. And let's see, let me look at what my 6860 and 6870. Okay, so 68, 60. Oops, that's 1 minute. Or one, minus 1 day, 6870. Come over here. There we go. So I've got 2 trend indicators on here. One of them is called the Trend Magic. And I believe this is an indicator that is in Thinkorswim. And if it's not, you can always go into ThinkScript and type in Trend Magic and you can get it. But Trend Magic is the one that's all those lines over there. And then the trend indicator label tells you if the trend is going up or down. They were both red. Let me show you something I did. The uptrend and the downtrend were both red, and I tried to change the uptrend to green, but I couldn't do it. So when I went in, right here, the word downtrend was right there in that in the code. And so I just took that word out because I really want to know if there's an uptrend. Let me see what this one looks like. Okay. Oh, awaiting we will go, awaiting we will go. I ho the terrio, awaiting we will go. Okay, remember I said 990 was this point to bounce. So the next candle, which is about 3.5 minutes, I want to see if it bounces or if it continues to go low and sink. And right now I've got this high of 2470. If it goes 2471, I want to know about it. Do a right click, create alert, 2471. And I'm doing this because I want to know if it breaks that high. Although it did do a little higher over here. It did 2550, so 2551. Okay, that's what I want to do. Oop. Let me put it up here. Okay, so this high here was 2550, so right click. I forgot about that other one. 2551. Okay, which is one past it. I do that a lot of times because I want to see if it breaks the high. And it gives me something to do. It's interesting to note that the AO has continually gone high over here above zero, which is a bullish thing when it crosses zero, but the price has not done anything. It has stayed static. Okay, and when that happens, you just sit tight or sit on your hands, whichever is easiest. It just doesn't look good today. Oh, I've had it before where I've sat and waited and waited and waited. It's hard to wait sometimes. That's why I like to give little educational bits here and there so you can learn some stuff. Okay, next candle, and we've bounced and we're going up. We're headed upward. And the call's headed down. Okay, so we might have a reversal here in place. Okay. Puts are rising. And 1720 is that midpoint you were talking about, Jackie. Right now it's 1730. You just have to look and be fast enough. But I really would like to see that candle turn green. And I think if it passes through if the real body, which is the dark part of the candle, if that passes through the VWAP, I think we're gonna be headed upward. And the VWAP's right now at 1769. Let's do 1780. Do a right click, create alert, 1780. Up, it hit it already. Okay. All right, there we go. All right, so let's get 2 contracts. I'm going to buy. The reason I didn't press the buy button is I'm looking down here and I see this inconsistency here. Okay, 1660. Just kind of waiting for the volume to pick up a little bit. I want to see that candle, the real body of it, go through the VWAP completely. Let's see, the high that we got there was 1820. Okay. Just keep your eyes focused on the gray box on puts. It says 1650 right now. And just have your peripheral vision is looking at the green and red, but you're focused on the gray box. This way it's easy to spot the trend. Okay. Okay. $18.30. Gotta keep that in my head. Right now it's at 17. The bid and ask just went way up. Let's see if the price goes up with it. It's hanging right now at 17, 18. And what was I saying it was? Okay, 1830 I'm looking at. And it's at 1830. Now it's at 1750. It's kind of going back and forth. Got a new candle coming in about 40 seconds. And I want to see if it goes to 1830. And it just did. Okay. New candle in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, it opened up, but it came back down a little bit. What I would like to see is the real body of that second green candle be higher than the first. And it's not. It's kind of retreating. It's coming down. Oh, come on. Mama wants to swim. Okay, now it's a spinning top. Of course, we know the spinning top is indecision. So we have to wait for the next candle. And this is what we would call a sucky day. That's the fancy term. So right here, down here, this stuff, this is a definite. Oh, it doesn't work anymore. Okay. Red flag. That's my version of a flag. Okay. Well, I'm going to get rid of those numbers. But that tells you the order of what we're looking at. But that is if this awesome oscillator is all one color. When it's mixed like this, there's indecision. It's like somebody going to the store and they see 10 different shirts that they could buy, and they love them all, but they just can't make up your mind whichever one you want to get. Kind of reminds me of I don't know if y'all like The Big Bang Theory. I watch that every day. I think it's funny. Sheldon goes in and he's trying to decide which one of the gaming consoles that he likes better. I think one was Xbox and the other one was, I don't know, PS90 or something. I don't know the name of them. But they're the two, and he's trying to decide what to get, and he just can't. He's got both of them in front of him. He says, well, this one's got all this stuff, and this one's got this, and he just can't decide. So when we see different colors like that on the awesome oscillator, it just means that there is just a lot of indecision. Okay. Just got an alarm. Let me double check what that alarm is. Okay, it's saying buy calls. But if we look over here, there's a tiny little sliver of the red bar on AO. And it's headed downward. Downward facing dog. It's like a yoga position. And then we've got the green candle, but this is like running right across this. It doesn't want to do anything. It wants to stay right on that. It's very comfortable with that overnight low hanging out. We come over here to puts and we've got a red candle. So getting in puts would have been a mistake, and mainly because of all this indecision. So, is it a good day to trade? No, it's not. It's a terrible day to trade. It's this kind of day. Red flag day. This is the kind of day that a lot of traders who are new to trading get burned. Looks like we're trying to come up, but I'm just not seeing any trends right now. I'm just messing around with the code with this trend indicator label. Okay. Red flag day. Warning, warning, Will Robinson. It looks to me like, oh, the afternoon is probably going to be the best time to trade. I'm going to go from 68.70 to 68.75. I'm going to adjust this. Okay. Sell puts. And right now our uptrend is over in calls. And I know that because I see the trend label right here. That's called the trend indicator label. And if you can't find the trend indicator label, if you go into Thinkorswim, you can be able to find it. And since this is a boring day, let me show you what ThinkScript looks like. That is Thinkorswim's code warehouse. I guess is a good way to describe it. Let me go ahead and put this on so you can see it. Okay, ThinkScript community. The #1 community for stock trading indicators. Okay, just got a signal to buy calls. Let me go back and just let's take a look at it. All right, the only thing is it's a red candle, and this is a tiny, awesome oscillator bar. When the AO bar is small like that, that just means there's just a little bit of momentum. As the bars get larger, you have more momentum. Momentum is what causes the price to go higher. So want to see that definitely bigger. So right now I've got a alert set at 2551 on calls. That's the high of the day, and when it goes past that high, I want to know about it. We've got on puts a red candle. We've also got an AO that is very inconsistent. So I call the AO when it's like this a red flag, because we just don't know what it wants to do. Now I'm going to come back to the ThinkScript. It's called usethinkscript.com, and it's the #1 community for stock trading indicators. And so you can join the community to see new indicators that are coming out. I want to come up here and type in the name of that one that we looked at, which was the trend indicator label. So you just type that in. And it will search, and it'll do a forum search, which is going to look at all of the different things with that. And there's quite a few of them. So I usually just start at the top and work my way down. It says this one repaints. Let's just take a peek at that one. Okay. Let's go back. And a lot of times they will give you the code. Let me see if okay. So you just have to like read what it says, and if it looks like it's something that is what you're looking for. It says it's the search results for trend. I don't want that. I want trend indicator label. Let's say search titles only. So here we've got an ADX trend label. We've got daily, weekly, monthly trend labels. and people will ask questions for different scripts, and then they will usually show them. I haven't been into this site very long, so this is something I want to explore, and it'd be something you might want to take a look at. Okay, it says, does anyone have a Thinkorswim labels that identify bull, bear, chop trends? Let's look at this first one. Okay. Usually they will give the code. Okay, here's what I was talking about. They'll put the code in there, and then if you just copy the code and paste it over into Thinkorswim, okay. They have an explore button. They tell you some things that are new. And there is, of course, a price for it if you go into, let's see what pricing says. The starter is, of course, free, and then plus version is $49 a year. And then you really don't need the VIP. That's kind of more than you want. But I use the free version, and that's all you need. Nothing looks good. We got 2 dojis, looks like, candles on calls and puts. Okay, got an alarm just now that's buying puts. It's at 1920 right now. 1880. 1890. The volume's just not what I'd like to see. If I could have 2 candles in a row that look like this foot green candle, that would be awesome. No pun intended. But I'm just not happy with it today. Okay, I am going to go and buy 2 puts right now. This looks good. Bought those at $20.90. It's going up. And to break even, it's got to get to, let's see, 1,020. Let me take a look here. And I am going to stay in this trade. I'm not going to place my $1,000 goal. I'm going to stay in this as long as the candle is green. Because we definitely have a shift in the momentum. I just try to script out and I don't really like it. So don't know if I can delete it or not. Delete. Yes. Okay, it's saying it's being used by one, so let's do that. Okay. All right. I said I really wanted to see 2 green candles back to back, and then this one is rising. What I liked about this is that a green line appeared here. See, it's been going red, 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 red. Then boom, it hits green and things are starting to move. Okay, right now minus 240. And this is really going to take off when the AO crosses 0. Once that comes into this positive territory, then it's really going to take off. Right now I don't have a sell limit order because I want, as long as I have green candles, I want to stay in it. If I had done that yesterday, I would have had $10,000 because it just went crazy yesterday. And I think what I'm going to do is yesterday's trade, I'm going to make a video and say analysis of a 0DTE SPX trade. And I'm going to show yesterday's because it was just phenomenal. We're up now into positive territory. I've got 490, 540. If you look over to the right, it's just continuing to go upward. And I'm glad we had patience and we waited. Okay, this one's really traveling now. And I've got 940, 980. I'm almost at my 1,000 mark. I'm at 780, 850. Just keep watching that gray price box. Okay, Brett, you're saying, can we please hear the basics of what we're looking at here? Okay, what we have here is we have 0DTE SPX options. We're trading at the money. I placed a put order a couple of minutes ago. The calls I always have on the left, the puts on the right. And we're just watching to see I'm trying to get, I have a goal of $1,000 every day. I've got the volume I'm looking at, and as well as the awesome oscillator. I feel pretty certain that when that crosses 0, it's going to continue to go higher. Right now I've got some trend lines right here. Let me see what that exact thing is called. It's called Trend Magic. That's what these little lines are. And I believe that's a Thinkorswim thing. We've got this long wick here that scares me. Long wicks are bad picks. I took a loss this morning. Let me drag this over so we can see that trade. I did a call this morning and lost about $1,000, so I'm trying to make that back. Yesterday we had a big run on the puts, so I'm thinking that today that might continue. This one got as high right now as 30.81. I'd really like to see this thing continue to move upward. Okay, the candles represent, each candle is 5 minutes of time. And these are Hikinashi candles. And let me type that out. And Hikinashi candles are my favorite. That's the one that I use all the time because I like the way it looks. It's very smooth looking. Whereas the standard candles, it's just hard to read. They just change too quick. You'll have a red, a green, a red, green, red, green. Goes back and forth. So Hikinashi, it will be the same color, and then when it changes, that's when the trend changes. So it's easier to read, and so I like them the best. I just want to see in the next candle that happens, which is like in about a minute or so. I want to see the green candle open up higher. But that long wick is kind of scaring me a little bit right there. Because long wicks signify reversals, usually. But I feel pretty certain this one is going to move quick when it passes when the AO passes 0. So just think of each candle as 5 minutes of time. And when you get a new candle, it gives you a little bit more information about the trade, about what's happening. Okay, you say, Brett, you normally trade 0DTE SPX iron condors via options, chain, and price candle chart. I don't know, Brett. I was telling people earlier today that the iron condors, iron butterflies, straddles, strangles, strudels, all that stuff is complicated to me, and I don't feel comfortable with it. So I've got the most basic option strategy that you can do, which is buying calls and puts. I don't sell anything ever. We have a new candle. Okay, it's kind of headed down a little bit. Okay, this could very well mean that this is pulling back a little bit. Sometimes they do that. They pull back and then they push forward. And we're very close to crossing that 0 line on AO. But I just I have simplicity is what I'm striving for. And This to me is the most simple way to trade options. First time I heard about options, it went right over me. I couldn't understand what in the world was going on. Okay, Jackie. The trend magic shows a straight green line on the call price chart. That's a very good question, Jackie. And one that I would like to know the answer to as well. So I'm going to research that and I will get back with you. We got a spinning top going on there on the puts. And just to let everybody know this, the trend magic indicator, which are these lines that we see here, it's a powerful trading tool that combines the commodity channel index, or CCI, and the average true range, ATR, to identify market trends and potential reversal points effectively. And it went from green and now it's red. And now it's green again. So this is one of those things that it changes colors a lot. So it says that traders can enter a buy position when the trend line turns green, which indicates a bullish reversal, and sell when it shifts to red, indicating a bearish reversal. Okay, it doesn't say anything about what it means when it's going straight across. And they caution, they say that while the trend magic indicator provides clear signals, it is advisable to use it in conjunction with other indicators or analysis methods to enhance trading strategies and reduce risk. Okay. So we know that it uses the CCI and the ATR. And as far as, and it's turned red again. But it says there's still an uptrend. That's my little label up here. And let me explain that label. It's called the trend indicator label. And with a 5 period, let me make sure that's what that stands for. The trend length is 5 minutes. Okay, so you could change that, make it 15 minutes or make it 1 minute. So we definitely have the bulls and bears are fighting with each other today. Definitely. But right here at this point, we had a like a high, and then we got a higher high. So okay, let me take off. Now this came down, and at this point here we had a lower low. Then we went up and we had a lower high. Then a somewhat higher low. And then we're hoping to go past this level here. The Awesome Oscillator has crossed 0 on puts, so that is a good sign. So I'm gonna look into that straight line and see what that means on that Trend Magic, Jackie. You don't think SPX will bounce much because today is Friday? That's true. Man, and I was hoping I could throw the money in the air.
You paralyzed.
So we have a pullback here, but I think that we're going to resume in just a moment. If I were to draw a trend line, I probably would, let's see. I start down here and work my way up. I really would like to see more volume. Just got a new candle. We were talking this morning. 2 words every trader should be familiar with are patience and faith. Patience is waiting for your setup to hit, and faith is knowing that it will follow through and come through and be what you want. And that faith part is very hard to, it's hard to master sometimes. But when you feel a strong conviction towards something and toward your trading plan, then you pretty much know that something's going to happen with it. It's going to be positive. I was talking earlier also about these bars here at the Awesome Oscillator that are changing. This inconsistency is just not good for trading. It makes it very hard to get anywhere if things are just going up and down and up and down, up and down. Looks like that we're bouncing off this trend line and heading upward. I want to go and look really quick at the Trend Magic and see if it gives an explanation. Oh, not really. Okay. Right now, I've got $160 profit. If this thing gets up and hits my $1,000 goal, I will sell it. So that's what I'm hoping for today. And if you're someone that looks at it like, oh, if I get $1,000 a day, for the week I'll have $5,000. For the month I'll have $20,000. Don't think like that. Never think like that. You have to take one day at a time, one trade at a time, and get that trade executed well and stick with it. And then the next day, do the next trade. But one trade at a time. That's the way you got to look at it, because if you get into that thing where you're looking at, oh, well, in a year I'll have this, in a month, that takes you away from the focus of what you want to accomplish, which is a quality trade. And right now, my eyes are focusing on the gray price box, which is at $23.50, and I'm just watching to see what direction it goes to. And I'm looking also at the bid and ask that is above it, and those continue to rise. And when the bid and ask continues to rise, so does the price. You saw it just jump up ahead of it. And so that's a really bullish, good thing. I just would like to see green candles over there, but this is the hardest thing to do, is to wait. Okay, I just got an alarm. That's what that phone ringing was, to buy puts. So now we have our green candle. And to pass the time, sometimes I will go and look at the previous candle and see where the high was, which is 2670. And I will say, okay, if it goes 2671, I want to know about it. And I just now I did a right click. Let me go over here. I did a right click, create alert. Oh, it's already gone ahead. I wasn't fast enough. Okay. So now we have a high of 2805. Okay. So 2806. Okay, I do a right click. Create alert. 2806. And a lot of times this gives me something to do. I'm right now at plus 210, plus 320. And it's just kind of going up and down, like a damn seesaw. Let me take a question here. Okay, right now I am focused on puts. And so, yes, I am bearish for the day. Bullish on puts, yeah. Bearish on calls. Calls have just been very static. They've moved right across. Let me open that up a little bit. So calls, it came down, bounced up, ran across this overnight low, and then they're going down. So calls is just not good for the day today. It's more of a put day. And I have both calls and puts on my screen at the same time. I don't know if anybody else does that, but that way I can see which one I want to trade for the day. I don't have to guess at it. Got a new candle coming up. We want to see where that goes. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, it opened up midway. Let's take a look over at TradingView. This is the UVXY, which is the same as the VIX. And that mirrors the puts. So we come up and looks like it's trying to break through this trend line here. And so if we can do that, that would be a very bullish thing. I have my AO down here at the bottom. I've got a volume zone oscillator right above it. Let's go back to our chart. Right as I turned, it did this. Take a look. This B doesn't stand for buy, it stands for break. So right now we did get a break through that trend line. So the SPY and the VIX are opposites of each other. I learned that early on, and ever since it's really helped. It's helped me define what I need to be looking at. Let me save this. If I go over to the flexible grid, that's where I have the SPY and the VIX. And as you can see, they're opposites of each other. And then the SPY corresponds to the calls and the VIX, the puts. And we're still trying to figure out what these lines mean. They're trend line, not trend lines, but let me look. It's called trend magic. So I'm going to investigate the trend magic later on and see what all that means. I'm negative 430. I can tell it's going to be a long day. Okay, let's see, Brett. Okay, good job on getting the 230 on your iron condor. That's fantastic. Okay, so Brett, see you later. Thanks for joining me. Have a wonderful afternoon. I just would like to see more volume, that's all. Put it over here. Yeah, the volume is pretty down. We just seem to be going sideways. See if I can increase this. Keep my trend going. Here we go. At this point, if I can just get a couple of $100, I'll be happy. And looking at that volume, it's on the puts, it says that the average is 275, and right now it's at 13, so that's not good. Excuse me while I go pray. It says here that the Trend Magic is primarily used for Forex trading, but it can be used in other platforms, and the indicator generates daily buy-sell alerts and provides a dynamic trend line that indicates support and resistance levels. So I imagine that this red line going across, that's the resistance, and the green line going across is the support, and also stands for maybe a buy opportunity. Okay, I'm looking at a headline on CNBC. Trump says he... Oop. Sorry about that. I'm looking at a headline on CNBC. Trump says he'd love not to attack Iran, but sometimes you have to. What does that mean? I just noticed that there is a green bar on Awesome Oscillator. Getting a green candle would be a potential buy signal. But I'm taking a look over here and just watching puts very carefully. There's not much movement. Not much volume. Yes, German, I'm just waiting for this thing to pop up. Here we go. Here we go. We're heading up. Okay, right now I'm going to send an alert for 3082. I did a right click on the screen and then 3082. That is the high right here. I want to see if it goes past that. Okay, we've gone beyond 3082 according to the message I got. Okay. So that's pretty bullish. Once I get $1,000 profit, I'm out of there. I'm at 850 because I took a loss with calls earlier, so it was about $1,000 loss, and I've recovered that, and then I'm going to make the 1,000. I've got my trigger ready to sell. I'm going to do a little bit above 1,000 too to account for any slippage. We're at 940, 1,000, and let's get a little bit higher than that. Let's see. $800, $740. Just kind of going up and down, up and down. You can do it. Yes, you can. You can do it. Anybody can. Go option. Go put. Go put. Come on, puts. I was so close. I was just one little tick away from selling. Okay, so we're pulling back a little, but we're going to forge forward. His high was 31.22. Okay. If it gets up to 31.20, I think that's where I want to sell it. What'd I say? 31.22. So I want to sell at 31.30. One more up. There we go. Okay. That's just how it is with options. My stubborn streak is coming out. I should have sold it when it was up there.
tiger. You should warn all my rivals. I aim for them like a sniper. Got the heart of a lion, there ain't no denying. Made a promise I plan to keep. Blood, sweat, and tears, now we're about to shift gears. I'ma knock you right off your feet. Can you hear the thunder roll? Welcome to the jungle. I'ma take what's mine and take what's yours. Lord have mercy for the coming storm. So bona fide you can't ignore. Can you hear them bells ringing? Down on there's an angel singing. It ain't over till it's over. It's a cold day about to get colder. I was raised by a fire, tensions getting higher. Glory's within my reach. Aiming for the sky like a Rocky Mountain high. And there ain't nothing that's gonna stop me. Can you hear the thunder roll? Welcome to the jungle. I'ma take what's mine and take what's yours. Lord have mercy for the coming storm. So bona fide you can't ignore. think you're so clever. You crack under pressure, can't be put back together. Pay for likes by the hour, no rose wilting flowers now that you've been exposed.
came here long ago on a UFO.
Find me in the yellow pages. I don't need no Tinder, no. Purified soul, playing my rock and roll. Catch me in between the stages. Baby, I'm a one-man show. Patreon, make a donation. I think this city is ready for a brand new age. I'll call the mayor, and this is what I'll say. I came here long ago on a UFO. So baby, why you make me wait so long? People say I was born riding on a unicorn, a heart of gold, a body made of chrome. Got me singing out loud. Got me feeling alright. Find me in my parents' basement, playing my Nintendo. Unlock doors, give me that KO. 'Cause I'm an intergalactic man. Radioactive, yeah. Teachers and preachers, they tell me that I've misbehaved. They'll call my parents, but this is what they'll say. I came here long ago on a UFO. So baby, why you make me wait so long? People say I was born riding on a unicorn, a heart of gold, a body made of gold. Got me singing out loud. Got me feeling alright. 'Cause I'm an intergalactic man. Radioactive, yeah. Extraterrestrial, astro-celestial, cosmic potential man. Gravity bender, light speed contender, Big Bang transcender, yeah. And I'm finally back in style. Got an intergalactic smile. I feel brand new. I came here long ago on a UFO. So baby, why you make me wait so long? People say I was born riding on a unicorn, a heart of gold, a body made of gold. Got me singing out loud. Got me feeling alright. Got me singing out got me feeling.
Lord, I wish I knew 20 years ago, so before I went blue. I've been waiting for someone to cut me loose. I didn't recognize those sad-eyed eyes. All along I was you. I've been kicking the can way too long now. I've been kicking the can way too long now. Peace, say hello to heaven. Searching for the boy I once outgrew. Those days when everything went to 11, I can honestly say I cried the day that Chris Cornell died. And I've been kicking the can way too long now. I've been kicking the can way too long now. Lord, I wish I knew 20 years ago or so before I went blue. I've been waiting for someone to cut me loose. I didn't recognize those sad eyes. All along I was you. Those sad eyes. Some say real men don't cry, so why the hell do I? I've been kicking the can way too long now. I've been kicking the can way too long now. I've been kicking the can way too long now. I've been kicking the can way too long now. Lord, I wish I knew 20 years ago or so before I went blue. I've been waiting for someone to cut me loose. I didn't recognize those sad eyes. All along I was you. I didn't recognize those sad eyes. All along I was you. Those sad eyes. Some say real men don't cry, so why the hell do I?
tender, you dismember, subordinate. A wolf in sheep's clothing, no fear and loathing, you fly away. Inside your solitary, you couldn't give in, killed that canary. You set the world on fire, can't be contained. Gonna go haywire, 'cause we're the birds of prey. We are birds of, 'cause we're the birds of prey. Find out what feeds the rage and fuels the flame. You find out